Mm-hmm. Hello, everybody. I was doing a bunch of airbrushing. Took me a little bit, and my stomach was still a little wobbly this morning. Apparently, being in Vegas for a week, I can't digest real food. I think it's to be expected, but my body is not happy with vegetables right now. Kuneya, 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 emanala kuneya tamena, kuneya, kuneya, kuneya. So the plan for today, guys. Hello, chromatic. Hope you're having a good day so far. We're just getting started with all of the. I'll be going for a bit here, but we're just getting essentially the Mii's done, getting everything set up for big old batch paint. Welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. Hope you have a great day. Yeah, yeah. Stuck. Yeah. Yeah, I needed to get everything. Sorry. I got all my airbrushing done before we started today. So that really was the big plan, which was essentially I just wasn't happy with how the cloaks were looking, so I really wanted to. I appreciate that. I practiced this significantly. From waiting tables for as long as I did, I learned how to choose. I got about 8 or 9 different voices that I can use on command. This is my broadcast voice is a very specific one. Um, some of my IRL friends will make fun of me when I swap into broadcast voice because they'll know it means I went into working mode without even realizing it. We'll be gaming and all of a sudden I'm just like in broadcast mode narrating everything and they're like, boneless. You're not live right now. You don't need to be doing that. Hanging out my windows. All right, let's grab my brushes. Thank you again, Fenris. You guys are fucking incredible. For those of you that don't know, Fenris did a one-off sponsorship with me, but they lost the first package, so they sent it to me. I know the one. I do know the one. Let's go with the. These are so good. Yeah, Fenris sent me brushes, and then the package got lost, so they sent it to me again. And then about 2 months later, Canada Post contacted me saying my package had been found. Somebody just found a box in their shed and turned it in, and it made its way to me. So they ended up sending me 2 sets of Kolinsky brushes for free, and I am very, very pleased with them. It's going to be really, really simple what we're going to be doing right now. Let's grab our ivory paint. Where did I place that? With me? Is it behind a bong? No. There's flash, so it should. No, it does have to be over here. Okay. Why am I like this, people? What did I do? I just... Why? It's yellow. Aha. Nope. There we go. It's behind my microphone. There's this one blind spot directly behind my mic. And we're just going to come through, do really fast highlights on these guys. Came in essentially earlier, reinforcing everything we've done here, so just wanted to get the white cloaks looking a little bit more interesting. Same with the shields, so we went through, hit them with a really quick... And now what we're going to do is load your brush up with a bit of water. I'm going to try and figure out my consistency that I want first before I commit to anything. That seems about right there. Oh, I could just... And now we're just going to... Oh, yeah, that's too thick. I'm going to go a bit thinner than that. And all I'm going to do here... That's the consistency I want here. And we're just going to follow through on the edges. Reinforce some of the work that we've done with the airbrush. And what paint brand do you use? So for my commission stuff and for my non-display work, I do Pro Acryl and Vallejo Army Painter. Mostly Pro Acryl, Vallejo Army Painter, as they're what's accessible in town here. As you would probably know, we don't have the best selections, or at least we didn't used to. So I pretty much used what we had access to, which was, yeah, Pro Acryl, Vallejo, and even Pro Acryl wasn't available here for a long time. You can get it at the RC shop, though, if you didn't know. So yeah, you can get the Pro Acryl at the RC store. Don't be surprised when you go in there if it seems like they don't want your business. They're just like that, and honestly, it's why I typically don't shop there. I've never been in a store where they seem like more disappointed they have a customer. It's like literally like Eeyore is running the till. Hello. That's the only way I would be able to describe it. It's like Eeyore is running that store. But for my display pieces, I've been using Mr. Pigment's paints. He sent me a review set, and I've been very, very happy with them. I'm gonna actually show off really quickly a couple pieces that I've done with them. Him and I liked him. I liked the paints enough that him and I are talking about doing like a signature box or a signature set, which would be really, really cool. Although, if I do that and we do that, it's going to be a little bit expensive because my 10 colors are just so happen to be the 10 most expensive paints he produces. But yeah, we've talked about it, that I was like, if I end up doing a signature palette, I'd get him to do it for me, because here's one piece that I've done with it so far. This is one that I'd call this one about I'd say we're about 70% done. This is a resin cast. So this is done by Pedro Fernandez Works. I typically find casted resin to be significantly superior to I find casted resin to be significantly superior to fucking painted resin. So I will typically go through individual sculptors who do like high-end casts. But yeah, so this is I'm not sure if you're familiar with like Gendy Tartakovsky's Primal. The color palette for this one is from the episode Plague of Madness. So we've got the troll slowly being corrupted and being taken over. Then we've also done using this, and this is fun. The three I'm going to show you are all done using the same 10 paints. Astaroth. This one's actually finished and ready to be mounted. So this one is actually ready to be mounted on its plinth. I sculpted out the gore on the back here because I wanted to get a gravity-defying element and have it looking like a chunk of its skull was flying through the air. And I think I got that pretty well. That's the cobalt teal. That's one of the colors that is like, it's my little bit of secret, little secret. And then this is the one I've been working on with Jinxie. She's been helping me out with getting this one. It's nowhere near done, but we're trying to slowly create the hand hammered iron texture. And yeah, so but the coolest part is all three of those are all done using the same 10 paints. Because I wanted to not only did I want to give them a review, but I also wanted to really show how versatile they are. In addition to something I was taught by one of my artist friends a long time ago, not that long ago, another local artist, used to tattoo at a place. My friend Dave, Highlander Dave, he runs a shop over on Gabe, but or ran. I don't know that he's still running a shop over there, but he was him and I had a really long chat one day about how, like, if you limit your colors, you will always have a unified finish, because if you're mixing all your paints from the same 8 to 10 colors, you will always end up with a unified palette at the end. If you start bringing in too many colors, you can end up muddying it by introducing too much. And there's a beauty in the simplicity of keeping your art to a more limited palette and then learning the baseline understandings. It's why I use I like my Munsell theory, because I love the concept of thinking of color in 3 dimensions. And in miniature painting, especially with how small everything is and with the fact that we need to create visually interesting shadows, because the models are not large enough to cast interesting shadows on their own, the ability to execute like chromatic shadows has really excelled my painting. And like that's your baseline Munsell, which is understanding that color works as your color, like there's the color tree, which is the easier way of understanding it. I think of color as a sphere, and in my brain I can just imagine a globe of color where you can pull a string directly through it on either end, and wherever your equators are, or like wherever your points end up, that is your chromatic, you know? That's where your chromatic shadow will end up. Oh, and then we've even got some local music playing right now too. Edge highlight. But yeah, I've really enjoyed the Mr. Pigment's paints so far. Um, they've been very versatile. I think probably long term, I'm probably going to cut Army Painter out of my kit. They've been the one I've been the least impressed with of the brands that I do use. Sorry, Army Painter. I know a lot of people have been you've been growing on a lot of people. And like for what they are, if you're a beginner or a new painter or a newer painter, I think they've got a really, really awesome, like they've got a great range with lots of great colors in it. My problem with Army Painter is the range. It's too big. And it does not teach color mixing. It doesn't teach people a lot of the baseline skills that they're going to need to develop as they excel as an artist. The more you grow within painting, we start off with these 400 box color sets. It's the same thing, and then as we excel, as we start to understand more and more of how it works. Consider the amount of times y'all have bought. Like I've got the 180 pack of Polychromos oil cord pencil crayons, and they're gorgeous, and I love having that massive range of colors. Guess what? I've used maybe 20 of them. The other 160? No. It's just, they just end up sitting there. And I find that that's kind of with Army Painter right now. Their range is really good, and it's so encompassing, but it doesn't teach people those skills that are going to help them get to that next level, which is really understanding color blending and your baseline of it's just the same reason I don't like paint markers. I know a lot of people are into the paint marker thing right now, and oh wait, shit, where are my glasses? Should put those on while I'm working. Just bear with me for 1 second. Fuck are my glasses? I had them on earlier. Got my hat. That's cool. There we go. That bust is so much cooler. Dude, Spoon, I love Toxic Avenger. That is one of the greatest. That is one of like the greatest low budget films ever made. Oh my gosh, I can totally see it now too. And now I haven't seen the new one. I have not watched the remake yet. I've only seen the original. The that and Class and Nukem High are so if you guys I love Terrible. Welcome in Salam, and I'll start shout outs in just a moment as well. Also, welcome in Spoon. Hope you're having a great day so far. It is wonderful to be back in Canada. Apparently, Vegas food is very, very. That's okay, man. I can handle shoutouts. I always wait an hour to start them anyways because I want to let people trickle in. So I just keep my mental tab. But yeah, apparently I can't. The Vegas food is not. I mean, it's good, but I also came back to Canada now, and it's like trying to digest real food. My body's like, what is this? What are vegetables? So yesterday I had to I had to take yesterday off to relearn how to stomach. But we're doing better today. But it was awesome going down there. I really enjoyed the I think I've talked about this several times. There's only one thing in Vegas that really got me, and it was the horse racing game. It was on Fremont Street, and it was like the one of the last analog games in Vegas, which is part of why I liked it. Is funnily enough, it's also the only game I won money on. Just who'd have thunk that the only analog machine is the only machine people were winning money on too? But turns out I really like betting on horses. So my wife and I are gonna go out to the dog track sometime if we can find one, or the horse track. I don't know. I cannot. I'm not a gambler. I don't like gambling in general, but there was something about betting on racing that was a lot of fun. And I want to say really quickly, gambling is something that should, in my opinion, only ever be done with money you're prepared to lose. So, like, I don't gamble with the thought that I'm gonna win. I gamble with the thought that it's gonna be fun. And if I lose $40, I lose $40. If you win, it's cool, but you don't ever expect to win. Grab the white cloaks there, and then again, quick edge highlights. Although it was still like going down to Vegas, I was nervous. Didn't end up being anything, but or like didn't end up being any issues whatsoever. In fact, it was one of the easiest times I had crossing the border, but that's because like you don't have to. All the declarations are done digitally now, and I did not get randomly selected for extra screening this time. So I for extras, it was like the first time I've ever been to the airport and I wasn't selected for extra screening. So like genuinely, but yeah, Hoover Dam was kind of cool. Was wasn't as wide as I was expecting. We have way bigger dams here. Like all over BC, we have bigger dams. Just not as tall. The John Horgan Memorial Dam is bigger, I'm pretty sure. Because I don't want to get into that one on stream here, but the a politician who ran on opposing the dam after he passed away, he didn't cancel the dam because he looked at the budget and he was like, we spent too much fucking money on this and now we literally can't afford to cancel it. And that was essentially the statement he had to come out to the public with. And he was like, well, I fucking hate this dam, but we can't afford to cancel it anymore. Yeah, so by the time he was elected, they couldn't cancel it. And then to honor the difficult decision he had to make, they named it the John Horgan Memorial Dam after his death. Just fucking last little nail in the coffin there for everyone. Which is funny because Ebby was his protege. Like, I do not understand how there was that much disconnect. It's not like Ebby and Horgan didn't have a good relationship. Sorry, that's all I could think about the whole time I was at Hoover Dam was I was just like, this is cool. It's really not that big. Your husband worked on Site C? It was one of the biggest employers in the province for about 12 years. Two of my cousins and an uncle worked on it. And four guys I knew from high school. Like, I know anybody who worked in concrete, plumbing, or electrical and did camp work at that time worked at the dam, did the dam. It was the place to go. The only downside is that now that it's finished is we ended up with now we have a surplus of Sparkies again. So we need to get another like big kind of project like that going sometime soon. Although, ideally with better environmental protections. Concrete? Yeah. So, plan for these guys, is we're just coming through, hitting these little edge highlights. I know it doesn't look like I'm doing all that much right now, and I'm really not, but the good news is you really don't have to paint much of the cloak in the ivory color here to make it read as ivory. In fact, you just kind of have to get the peaks and the folds. And other piece of good news is, so while I was not able to go live yesterday, I decided to get some ads out because I've not been getting any leads on, I've been having not a lot of great leads on other things. So throw out some more ads. I've gotten one person right now. We're kind of figuring out. They're figuring out a list of what they want to get done, and then I'm going to figure out a pricing. We'll figure out their pricing for them. They didn't shy away when I explained that it was like, it's not the cheapest. It's not too expensive, but I'm also gonna let you know that a whole army is still gonna be about 1,000 or 1,250, even if it's a smaller one. Committed to government contracts in ways. Concrete, huge channels. It's cheaper to do it here for the mild weather in the Yes. Unlike, well, you can only, there's only about a 3-month there's only about a 3-month window you can pour and set up there without having to create full-blown without having to build new facilities for it. There you go. And so it's kind of fun as you're seeing how quickly they will go from reading as, that doesn't read as ivory. He also worked on the pipeline and do the subway expansions. Ooh. Finally, hopefully, we will get that expansion to UBC that they've been talking about for 30 years because, for fuck's sakes, I do not want to go on the 99 please move to the back of the bus beeline. For anybody that's not from Vancouver or not from the Lower Mainland, the reason I refer to it as the 99 please move to the back of the bus beeline is because the bus is so crowded, they have to send one every 8 minutes, and the entire time you're on the bus, will be so overfilled that it will just go, please move to the back of the bus. Please move to the back of the bus. On loop. So the whole time you're riding the bus, there's an automated voice that will repeatedly just say, please move to the back of the bus over the PA. And you have to stand there for about 15, 20 minutes listening to, please move to the back of the bus. Please move to the back of the bus. Gotta love the 99 beeline. Plus, they're doing the new expansion out to the valley, which is going to be really, really great. Like, I grew up out that way, and it is such a massive boon to them. I don't know. TransLink is. I applaud them. They do a very, very, very good job. Better than BC Transit does. Because, but they do a really good job. I've been impressed with TransLink, and I think anybody that's had to live in other parts of the country and then they go to the Lower Mainland and just see how that it's literally world-class transit in comparison. And a few of my friends did pipelining as well. It's not for me, but you know, I feel like it's roughnecking is just something you got to do. Did up too many crew be fronting? I'm fed up. It's time to go head hunting. It's pretty good there. Excellent. And what I'm gonna do here? Let's... Feeling this one second. Ah, yeah, sure. And this absolute Canadian icon is also on tour right now, so hopefully I'm going to get a chance to go and see him. Get a few of his songs in there before we next this. Skills, I have messed up. I'm getting pretty close to working at Pizza Hut. My philosophy degree, it's basically TP. Might as well frame some Charmin and put it on the wall. I'm gonna end up working in Fort McMurray. Negative 45 below in Alberta is my destiny. Gonna make a ton of dough. Gonna put it up my nose. I really hope I pass this piss test. Gonna make $1 million and buy a really big truck. When I get home, I'm gonna tailgate you. Gonna end up working in Fort McMurray. Negative 45 below in Alberta is my destiny. Everyone's from Newfoundland. Everyone's from Cape Breton. Oh, is there anyone left at home? Too bad there is no job back in my hometown, 'cause I don't really want to go. Gonna end up working in Fort McMurray. See, it's just something we can all relate to. Nuke Toronto, nuke Toronto, nuke Toronto. The Leafs are gonna win the cup. Every year the same old thing. They'll find a way to mess it up. And if they did win the cup, Toronto would riot. They would burn their city down. Well, I guess I am a Leafs fan now. Hyper specific humor for anyone north of the border. There's a few of us in here. B.A. Johnston is one of the greatest uses of the Canadian Arts Grants. And there we go. And so this is But then even that does not know the commission process as well. I know this is not necessarily the most exciting stuff you're seeing me doing here, being like, wow, he's just doing the exact same thing 32 times over. Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to repeat the same step 32 times across each model. I mean, it still tastes nice. Half the price and buy full price. Why can't tonight be wing night? And here we go. And so essentially, we're just using the nice clean airbrushing that we did. And that's one of the main ways we're doing the contrast on the models is we're doing the gross rusty armor against crisp creamy cloaks. And it creates a really fun visual contrast. Honestly, like I love the Canadian Arts Grant because the things it's ended up being used for is probably some of my favorite forms of like media of all time. Trailer Park Boys used to get funding from it. The show Weeds used to get funding from it. Um, One second. Who else? Who else? The movie Turbo Kid was funded by it. Hobo with a Shotgun was funded by it. Did, if you take a look at what we end up funding with that grant, it's some of like the best B stuff. Pretty sure they also help with funding. I think Shorzy and Letterkenny also utilize the arts grant. Heated Rivalry. And while I wasn't the target audience for Heated Rivalry, I did watch it. I got to the end of it, and that's all I could say is I was like, well, I wasn't the target audience for this. I'm sure that, I understand why it's popular. I get it. It's just it wasn't for me, you know. Oh, another great one is the Trotsky on top of that. Although that was also one of Glenn Tierney's earlier works. It's early or it's Jay Baruchel believes he's the reincarnation of Leon Trotsky and tries to start a strike at his dad's business. It's quite funny. It's quite funny. It's a good movie if you haven't seen the Trotsky. Oh, and Fubar. We also got Fubar. That's another great use of the Canadian Art Grant. And we're about a third of the way through this. Yeah. We've gotten 11 of them done. And there we go. It is a good one. So normally Saturdays is not on the scale, or I'm not normally doing Saturdays right now, but I just felt guilty about missing yesterday. So, and I really want to get through this project so that way I can get paid and get on to my next project. Because we have some goals set. If I can do, essentially, if I can do 3 armies between now and, or if I can do 3 additional armies between now and October, I am going to be attending LVO. And if I can do 6, I might stay for Spiel, or I'll stay in Europe until Spiel. Go get myself some turkey hair in between SMC and Golden Demon. I've said it several times. One of these conventions, I'm gonna go to Europe and I'm gonna come back, and I'm just gonna have a thick, full head of hair, and we're all gonna know what happened, and I am gonna gaslight the shit out of all of you. Nope. It's always looked like this. Don't know what you're talking about. Gaslighting isn't real. You're just crazy. So yeah, it was nice to be back. I don't. I definitely realized like I don't travel great, so I gotta make an appointment with my doctor. Because I am nervous about doing a 12-hour flight. Vancouver to Amsterdam is a long ass flight, and I get really really bad anxiety on flights. So I gotta talk to my doctor about that and figure out how we're gonna do that, because and a bit more of the ivory, keep it flowing nicely, get your edge highlight. And if you mess your edge highlight, okay, I've been pushing that brush way too long without rinsing it. That's the problem, is I got way too much paint dry in that. So let's swap back over, rinse her out a little bit, and voila. Let's try that again. Oh, yeah, look at the difference in control. Paint's actually doing what I want it to. Nice. And same thing, next one. Bit more water, bit more paint. And funnily enough, this army will be going to someone local as well. Local-ish. They do compete in a lot of the local tournaments though. So, if you happen to frequent the hobby store, there's a chance you might see this army in person.
Actually, if you frequent the hobby store, there's a good chance you've seen my work in general.
Sorry.
As I've had a few pieces there.
Go a bit thicker for around the shield. Edge highlight. And there we go. Nice ivory shields. Ivory cloaks. A little bit more on that, actually, because I'm just not really stoked about this one piece here, so we're just going to... That one I want a bit more on. Right here, I want a bit more. And right there. And there. There we go. And reload your brush. Next up. And then get that around the edge of the cloaks. And then again, it goes. You can see how they're going from reading like kind of orangey, you know, like I'd say almost like a cream color in not sorry. Yeah, they're not quite cream. I'd say they're going from like a fleshy tone to an ivory cream color. And voila. Quickly slap down a few more. Hey, White Wolf, how you doing today? You can start my about an hour in yet. We can start shout out. So we're gonna first one. It was Mr. Spoon. Oh, wait, I already did that apparently. Oh. Pretty chill day today. Nice. Okay, I feel like I've got tilted way down here. Yeah, it's a bit better. Good still. Chores done. Time for a little rogue trading. Heck yeah. I I was in the mood to do a bunch of airbrushing today. So spent about an hour doing that before I went live. Wasn't really happy with how the cloaks were looking on these guys, so I wanted to go in and just kind of smooth them out, create a bit more depth, bit of interest. So oh, hi, buddy. I think somebody wants some wet food. Getting a new airbrush for Christmas. Ooh, what airbrush are you thinking about? Because, like, I'll be honest, like, I've had a few airbrushes now, and the airbrush hasn't really mattered anywhere near as much as the compressor has. Once I got on, like, once Jinja got me onto using the Makita finishing compressor, um, I mean, I can't stand their, like, I really, really can't stand their customer service. And I will say, do not buy their compressors, but Galeri airbrushes aren't bad. Like, I still use the pistol grip Galeri as my predominant workhorse. However, I've had 2 of their compressors explode. And their customer service, I have 2, one is a Galeri. Yeah, that's just it. Like, I don't mind it. I had a harder or have a harder Steam Deck as well. I don't know. I personally I find pistol grips to be more comfortable for me. And I know a lot of people say that you don't have anywhere near the kind of precision that you should with a pistol grip, but I disagree. Because it's the only kind of airbrush that I really use. So everybody's like, "Oh, if you use like the top ones, you know, like they're more precise." And it's like, or you could just, turn the pressure down on your tank. I do all my pressure controls on my tank that way instead. And just will, like, if I need to get in close, I just lower my PSI. But yeah, it was that one was pretty. The Galeri one was not. Again, as I say, I won't recommend them based on their customer service or their compressors. But if you just need a quick 70 fucking or $50 airbrush, I think they make one of the best entry level ones for airbrushes. For but like my harder Steenbeck was it was nice. I just didn't find it to be, again, like I can get maybe a little bit better detailing with it, but yeah, I use a pistol grip for almost everything, which I know that comes as a surprise to a lot of people because pistol grips are often considered to be inferior. A lot of people will consider pistol grips to be inferior. And to that I have to say, well, it comes down to whatever works for the individual. I love dry brushing a lot. I love dry. Yeah, same, same. I fucking love dry brushing. I think it is a. I think dry brushing can be used to an extremely high degree. I think it can be used in display pieces. I've seen it used in display pieces where people wouldn't even know something was dry brushed. There are some things that are worth doing by hand, and there's sometimes you can sneak a dry brush in there and no one will know the difference. You know, I know. Because I had a judge. I had somebody who did judging tell me that they were like, "Oh, I love how you did that," and you picked out each individual thing, and I was like, "Dude, I just dry brushed that shit. Like, no, I didn't do that, but I appreciate that you think I did." Dry brushing, it's just understanding you have to use the same principles that you use for all paint. Go slow, intermediary colors. You can't just rapidly jump one color to the next. Do your intermediaries, you know? My cat needs wet food, so we're gonna do that for him when the ad break starts here in about a couple minutes. Might be a little before ads. And that's looking pretty good. But yeah, no, I'm in the same boat as you, White Wolf. I do lots of dry brushing. And I think there's a lot of times you can get away with a cheeky little dry brush. And you know, sometimes it's really just what's your time worth? If I can dry brush something and it's going to look 90% as good as if I sat there and didn't dry brush it and individually highlighted it, I'm sorry, man. I'm going to just dry brush that because I don't really have the time to. Excuse me. Okay, it is wet food time. My cat is just staring at me. 1 second. Hi, Sigurd. Are you ready for some wet food? You ready for some wet food? Yeah? Okay, well, I'll get you some. Let me get you some breakfast here, buddy. You're being really good. You're being really patient. Little fatty. Fatty, fat, fat. And okay, fuck, dude. Sorry, 1 second. I gotta feed the cat here. He's getting demanding. Oh, hi, Mimmer. Are you coming out now too? Because it's breakfast time for your brother. Are you both fatties? Are you both fat? So, my favorite part about breakfast time, guys, this is why I can't just put the food down, is see the gray one there? Yeah, he doesn't get wet food. He's on a diet. He doesn't get wet food. So, we have to keep him away from his brother's food. And he acts super polite, but if you take your eyes off of him for more than a couple of seconds, he will be scarfing that entire plate down. But those cats are, I love them. They're something, but I love them. The orange one is a feral. And you would never know it because he's the dumbest piece of shit in the world. Oh, shit. Mimir. You know that. Okay, we'll try feeding you the rest in a moment, buddy. And the bubble. Okay, we're back. Now let's get back into an intense song to just come back to. Taylor. And these ones are going to go by a lot quicker because we don't have to do shields as well. So the next ones, I like also, I was considering. You see dual weapon, you see sword and board, you see spear and board. But what about the legendary board and board? I want to see somebody sculpt an entire battalion of Elden Ring-esque dual shields. I've also been considering rebasing my ogres onto square bases and starting to put them together as my start doing Ogor Maw tribes as my old world army. Excuse me. And anywhere that you know it's just not quite enough, you just go in and hit it a second time. Ooh, why can't you run away? I'm gonna get the angle quite not quite right. I don't want to like zoomed in on my bald spot or anything, but like but yeah, so I've got a couple ads up right now. I got a couple leads. Hopefully they convert into some new army jobs. But my wife and I have agreed that if I can book another 3 jobs this summer, we should have enough for me to go to LVO. And then if I can book 6 jobs between now and then, which then I would need to bring one of my other painters in. But it would also leave me enough to get to Spiel. And like the nice thing is, like if I'm not traveling with my partner, I'll just stay in a fucking hostel. I don't need a nice hotel. Do-do-do-do-do. And highlighting white cloaks. Super duper fast. Bang, bang. Oh, I don't see. Do, 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 do. And like such. Dude, I read your title so fucking wrong, man. What do you mean? White Cocks to the base of 32 Chaos Warriors? Hell yeah. 32 White Cocks. You can clip that. Absolutely no context. In Spoonhandle's words, or at least in Spoonhandle's clip of me, dude, that's so many cocks. And did someone say cock? Me, several times. One second. We've got, oh, heck yeah, dude. We've only got 7 more to go. Like, this is genuinely, I'm kind of impressed. We're getting through that really, really fast. Next up, we'll have to go contrast over the cloaks again. $32. What? I got you. Do we get enough? Again, as I say, we get enough of those moments. We just start a TikTok. I'll even let one of you guys run it. You can have the fucking, unless it starts making more, That's pretty much the main reason I don't have a TikTok for the studio is I don't I don't clip enough. I'll run it, just pay me in oats. It'd go the same I'd offer to anybody. Just to be literally, if I ever have any like catch you later achromatic, it'd be the same offer that I've done with somebody with the YouTube stuffs. Is if you're running, if the people who do my editing and running it, it'll just do a 50-50 split because it saves me having to do any work and it keeps them motivated. So half an oat. Exactly. You get half of my oat. Half of a singular oat. Also, how are you doing today, Krusty? I popped in for a few of those dinosaur streams. They're kind of amusing. I'm not gonna lie. I it's definitely like I get what you're saying. I was like, yeah, I don't know that the game's for me, but watching you just fuck with other people is kind of funny. Sounds like a good day to hang out and watch somebody paint toys. It can be stupid fun. It's an interesting concept too, right? Like I think that's why I thought it was amusing watching too, because I was like, this is a good interesting concept of a game. Like I think the game definitely would benefit from a larger player base. But I also don't know what the mass appeal of it is. Unless they made it more arcadey, which then it would lose the appeal to the people who are already playing it, right? So like you see what I'm saying? It's interesting because it's one of those games that would definitely benefit from a larger audience, but in order to appeal to a larger audience, they would have to isolate their core audience. Never forget the time I was walking out of a Wu-Tang concert and YDB was standing in the beer line when he was supposed to be on stage. Wu-Tang sucks. Without a doubt, one of the worst. No, not one of them. The Wu Tang Clan is the worst live performance I've ever seen in my entire at all. Not even just my entire life. I've never seen people worse at performing than Wu Tang Clan. And I am a fucking big hip hop head. Run the Jewels fucking killed it that night, which is part of why I was so unforgiving of how bad Wu Tang sounded. Is like 10 minutes before Wu Tang went live, or about an hour before they went live, Run the Jewels is finishing up. I've seen multiple concerts at Rogers Stadium, and the sound has never been great. And Run the Jewels had one of the best sounding sets I had heard at that stadium ever. So to go from one of the best ever, and again, I've been to probably 20 stadium concerts there over my life. And both the best and worst sound I had ever heard in that building just so happened to be on the same night. Worst live performance was when I took my niece to see the Sesame Street live. Why was that one so bad? What could have happened? What could have happened at a Sesame Street live performance that would go down as the worst thing you've ever seen? No. You need to elaborate. Big Bird fucking like did you get like beat up by Big Bird in front of your family or something? Did Oscar the Grouch make you as Oscar the bitch? Don't like puppets? Okay, that's fair. If you don't like puppets, going to Sesame Street would probably be difficult in general. But sorry, that's such a strange answer that it's immediately my brain's like, make fun of it, make fun of it, make fun of it. Look at Red. I forget I told him. Oh, dude, that was like when I saw Cirque du Soleil and they were doing all the audience involvement stuff. But it bugged me because they always, whenever they needed somebody to go on stage, they always picked the guy wearing the wire. Seemed unfair that they always picked the guy who could fly. That trick would have worked way, way less better if they didn't pick the guy wearing the wire. The worst thing in a Muppet Show is finding your wife with a frog in her throat. Oh, that would be pretty rough. I think I'm gay and I don't have to deal with that. Acts of life. It was an endless riot, and you would not do. Joking around with that about one of my buddies the other day. But I was like, I know being gay is not a choice is because at the end of the day, I don't know a single guy that would choose to be straight. Yes, like really, really. We put up with it by choice? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Right. There's a reason why gay men have the lowest divorce rate out of literally any marriage demographics. You can fact check me on this one. I'm not going to go into the specifics of it, but if you did not know, gay men have the lowest divorce rate, which is just saying something, you know. Life's you don't want a beard and just see a guy and scream nice cock and we're good. See, I've yelled that a few times, but it was usually in jujitsu or during jujitsu. because it's if you can make someone laugh, it can help out. Yes, you do. You was sitting and watching your TV while I was participating in some anarchy. Sublime is phenomenal. Sublime is awesome live too. I've not seen them live. I didn't get a chance to see them before Bradley passed away, and I'm just not a big fan of Rome's singing voice. Um, that being said, I'm glad that other band members got to continue on and keep, performing and making money and doing everything for themselves. I just Rome's voice doesn't do it for me. And I'm glad he's not trying to be Bradley Noel, but it's the same thing is that like when I hear Sublime, you know, no one else so many bands have tried to be Sublime and none of them have ever succeeded. They didn't really understand what made it so special. Sublime, Rammstein, highly suspect. I know Rammstein does a great show. Um, my best live performance I think I've seen is like again Charlie Tuna, Jurassic 5. So if you ever get the chance to see Jurassic 5, they fucking kill live. So much energy. If it's not Jurassic 5 and it's just Charlie Tuna solo, same thing. He's great. Um, King Diamond. King Diamond put on an insane show. I think King Diamond would be up there for me. I've seen Guar more times than I've got fingers on one hand. If I had a finger on my right hand for each time I saw Guar, I'd have 8 fingers on that hand. Or unless that's not including the thumb. This, it'd be 7 fingers and a thumb. 6 or 7. I don't even remember how many times I've seen Guar now. It's quite a few. Saw Sublime with the new lead singer, not Rome. The new one is Bradley's kid, was it not? It was like Bradley Noel's kid doing the singing for a while. That's kind of cool. Um, not great for the kid because that's going to cause him some mental health problems, probably having to, have that always feeling like he's living in the shadow of his father's work. But yeah, hopefully he is able to maintain his own identity while doing that. It's very difficult when kids continue on in their parents' footsteps for that exact reason, is they end up often struggling with their own identities and their legacy being based upon the works of their parents. Makes him feel closer to him. Hell yeah. Then that's what matters. If it makes him happy, if he likes doing it, then he should do it. Holy shit, guys. We just did 32 white cloaks in an hour and 30 minutes. What do you think of the standard on those? White Wolf? What do you think of those white cloaks? If you're still here. Start again. Sorry, you missed it. I missed the process. I'm gonna need you to reprime them boneless. Now, I was just saying, for the like hour and a half to get like from airbrushing, I'm pretty happy with how these how the cloaks came in. And then I think what we should do is we're gonna mix up a wash now for the we're gonna mix up something for the furs. Probably gonna be a mixture of some contrast paint and some other contrast paint. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. For yeah, I'm happy with these. I think you get an army of that marching across the, and it's also because it's like it's old world. There's so many models that you're not gonna notice any of the guys individually. You're just gonna notice cool white cloaks and shields, and maybe the fur around the neck. So let's do something with that. Let's take a. Let's take Flesh Terror Red here. Where's my shit brush? There we go. You're just grabbing paint out of stuff. Typically, don't use your glitter brushes. Okay, some red down. And where's my Cygor Brown? There you are. I want to make kind of like a burgundy ready brown to then wash over the cloaks. Just to get a bit more color, a bit more interest, something a bit more fun going on. That has not enough red in it now. It's also going to need a bunch of water. Start by adding the water to that. Okay. I'm going to go one more part red. Welcome back, Man. You've missed very little. We completed the step that we were doing. Like, we just completed the step that we were working on when you left. So if you caught even 5 minutes of the stream earlier, congratulations, you're up to date. Great when those happen, eh? I think that's part of I think that's the appeal of this one. You can just kind of drift in and out when somebody's doing the batch painting. Oh. There you guys go. We're just gonna bring a little bit of that brown in, see? Back in game time, 30 minutes or so.
Hell yeah.
Excellent. Well, if you catch this step, we got about 30 minutes until the next one starts, so you should be good. So we're just coming through, over the shoulders. And we will quickly, might be a little less than 30 minutes, but we just want to go in and we want to get a nice coating of this over the shoulders. Give that fur just a little bit more interest. And we're just going to go one by one, guys. And there we go. There's 4. And you just need to get those nice little sweeps one by one. Get the colors looking at their best. There we go. Okay. There we go. And that's 8 out of 32. So that's about 25% of the way done. God, it feels good to be back, guys. It feels so good to be back. This little spot in my kitchen really is my happy place. And as the unemployment rate in my city keeps ticking up, I've just been doubling down on the studio again and doing some lead gen. We might have a couple projects. Got somebody in who's trying to decide if he wants to get an army of orcs or Cathay done. I'm actually kind of hope he goes with Cathay because I think that'd be really fun to paint. But I have a lot of experience with orcs. I'll probably message him after stream. Just touch base.
Shorzy, you ready?
Give your balls
Red
a
coming in
tug,
with
tit fucker.
Jace.
You're going.
Yeah.
Frankie, you ready? You're going.
Yeah.
Judy, you ready?
Let's
Fucking go, Sanger.
Good, because you're going.
Yeah.
Hitch, you ready?
All hands,
Good, 'cause
boys!
you're going.
Yeah.
Dolo, run him up and fill him in.
Une fois, mon Sanger.
Good, because you're fucking going.
Yeah.
The best goalie in the no-show, Michaels, you ready?
You damn right, Sanger.
Good, because you're fucking going.
Yeah.
Pack mentality, boys.
No worries, Jace. Throw you a quick shout out. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Studio Boneless. I paint toys. Hope everyone is having a good day today. We are getting through tail end of this commission. Jace, hope you had a good day. Hope you had a good stream. I know you're running off to the washroom, so you're not going to hear what I'm going to say. So I'll wait a couple minutes here. Throw you a quick shout out when you get back, or when I get the next DM in chat. So welcome in, Raiders. We are just getting through 32 Chaos Warriors. And then was just talking about how we are in the process of booking a couple new commissions, hopefully. So I'm going to follow up with the client after stream. But Nemesis, welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. Hope you're having a great day. Throw some shout outs just 1 second. Created 2 more orcs, drop from Discord. Oh, hell yeah. Let's take a look at these. And then we'll also, because Jace just read it in, let's do that. And shout out Gyps. Excellent person. Thank you again for the raid. Let's take a look. Community miniatures. Yo! Okay. I love your freehand between your first orc and your second orc. I'm gonna bring this up on stream because this is literally exactly how it goes. I can see the exact checker where checker marks clicked for you. It's great. It's great. That's fucking awesome. Because Goths are a bit of a tougher one. I'm gonna bring this up here for a second. So what I'm liking is you can see like checkers look good. But then you come over here and it's right about here where all of a sudden the lines just start crisping up. And it's sorry. Seeing that you're doing a bit more of the back and forth this time. This one was it looked like you were trying to get kind of it looked like you painted black and then put the white down. This one, it's looking more like you painted it white and then started filling in with the black and then slowly going through, cleaning up, going back forth. And it's just, that's so crisp, dude. Those look awesome. Welcome in, Stellits. Hope you're having a good day. And then we're just right now slapping a contrast over. That's going well. I am back from Vegas. I can digest food again, kind of. Apparently coming back from Vegas, I just like my body did not understand how to digest vegetables. So I had to take yesterday off because I well, to quote Jace, I had to poo. Today's been infinitely better than yesterday. That's good to hear. That is good to hear. I would say the same for me, mostly because I didn't wake up feeling like I needed to shit myself to death, and also because I'm getting through a big portion of my work. Can't stay for long. No worries, man. Appreciate you popping in, saying hello at least. And I hope the rest of your day goes absolutely excellent. I'll be on for a bit, so if you're here in the evening, or if you're, still here, and I'll probably go for another. I don't know. I'll see how long I feel like going for. I'm not in a time crunch today. I just kind of need to be done by about 6 my time, so I can stream for up to another 5 hours. That's not a commitment saying I'm going to do that. That's just stating out loud that I don't have anything I have to do today, so I could technically just stay live for another 5. We'll see how far I get through this, or we'll see how long it takes me to get these guys to the point where I'm happy with the 32 of them, and I'm going to call them done, and then send a finished photo of them to the client. Ooh. Pull that up just a second still. I'm gonna try and rally through this step because I am in a bit of a flow right now. I will take a look at that in a moment. And I am in like a dead silent stare right now. I apologize about that, guys. We are just rallying. I am crushing out some contrast. Juve, 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 Juve. Show. Hey, voila. I will say one thing about Cirque du Soleil. For anybody who hasn't been before, the music is incredible. It is potentially the best part of it, but holy crap, the music is rad. That was a little bit longer. No worries. We did your shout out, but welcome back, Jace. Hope you're doing all right. Hope you had a great stream. And hope you are doing well, all things considered. Been having a rad day. Just glad to be back and glad to be back right now. And clean the brush out. Good. Stream's good. Someone got exceptionally tired. Yeah, I know AC isn't really standard out there, but I don't get why have you considered buying yourself a portable? Or is it that they're too expensive to run? Because, like, I don't think I'd be able to survive working from home all day if I didn't have some AC. Oh, shit. Hell. Check. A couple of them dripped. That was being too quick. Shit. So if they have a drip, get in there with some water and clean it now. These two are also, you don't. I was going too quick at the end there. Shite. No one else dripped. No one else dripped. No, one other dripped. I bought a portable last year. It's not hot enough for it yet. I don't know how hot it is there right now. Pretty much my AC goes up as soon as it hits 25. Because I do not want to sit in a room hotter than 25 degrees all day long for work. Like, I don't want to do that. It affects my ability to paint. It directly impacts my ability to paint, so. Okay, we're gonna let those guys sit for a moment before we go into the next step, because I gotta make sure that they don't fucking drip on me again. Just 20-ish. Yeah, it's not that hot here right now. Silicanum gray. Contrast, I'm grabbing right now. Okay, and we're almost good. Here we go, everyone's standing again. Get them ready to slide over. Let's pick one, see how this is going to look really quickly. All right. And you're going to hit a quick layer of Basilicanum Gray over the metal armors. No worries. Have a good one, Stellits. If it's not the white cloak, it can get hit with this. Just be careful how much you apply because it can also overpower. And there we go. Darkens it out a bit. And I'm going to just kind of a few of these areas. Afterwards, just going to remove a bit. And that gives us a nice although that's a bit too dark for me, so I need to find my thinner. Or I'm just gonna use some water. One sec. It's another little trick. And if you don't have airbrush thinner, you can just do this. If you didn't see what I just did there, I literally added water directly into the pot because I want this color to be thinner.
Shorzy, you ready?
Give your
Ooh,
balls a
Ray
top
from
tip, fucker.
Elite.
Going.
Welcome in, Elite.
Frankie, you ready? You're going.
Yeah.
Judy, you ready?
Let's
Fucking Bill Sanger.
Good, because you're going.
Yeah.
Hitch, you ready?
All hands,
Good,
boys.
because you're going.
Yeah.
What's up?
Go. Run him up
Quick
and fill him
shout
in.
out,
Une fois, mon
Elite.
Sanger.
Good, because you're fucking going.
Yeah.
The best goalie in the no-show, Michaels, you ready?
You damn right, Sanger.
Good, because you're fucking going.
Yeah.
Pack
Hack
mentality, boys.
Got quite the long raid alert. Welcome in, Elite. What were you up to today? First time chat, first time raider. Welcome in, raiders. My name's Studio Boneless. I paint toys. What was everybody up to today? I apologize. You guys came in right as the ad break hit. Kind of. Ooh, you hand engraved metal stuff? That is badass. Do you have any pictures of your work? I was watching a bunch of hand engraving stuff just the other day. The hand engraving stuff has been keep showing up on my Instagram feed, and varying kinds of. Well, we are big proponents of all kinds of miniature art and sculpting, whether it be bust painting, tiny painting, sculpting tiny things, because at the end of the day, man, the people who sculpt those, you know, someone's got to do the sculptures that these models. Oh, hell yeah. Well, we're link friendly in here if you want to drop a link to one of your YouTube videos or something. I'm probably not going to watch it or open it up on stream right now as we're in the middle of going here. But again, if you want to throw a link to any of your stuff or Instagram, feel free. I run a full-time painting studio. This is what I do for work. I just sit here, I paint toys. We listen to heavy metal, punk rock, hip hop, joke around, big smiles, the good life. We're currently trying to get ready for Scale Model Convention in Eindhoven. I am not from Europe in any way, shape, or form. I mean, I am, but not like I don't live in Europe, so so that's quite a trip. And then we just get a quick dinger. Hell yeah, SMC hype. Dude, there's always SMC hype. 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 I'm also pumped to take my boy Pascal's course. Just like, honestly excited to like get to hang out with everybody and enter my work. Show you guys in person just how my stuff actually looks, because I am a terrible photographer, as everybody tells me. Everybody who's ever bought a piece from me tells me I'm one of the worst photographers they've ever met. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but it is. It's because everybody tells me. It's like they were like, this is way better than I thought it was going to be. They were like, the pictures did not look great. The pictures. I was like, yeah, I'm bad at photography. It's just not my thing. I end up using too much harsh lighting, so a bunch of stuff shows up that wouldn't normally appear. And one by one, guys, we just, over the boots, over the armor portions, we do a blackish wash. And that's going to give us our nice, dirty, grimy, rusty, nurgly armor. It's going to bring all the definition in that we need. And if if I was worried about coffee staining during this stage, yes, I could use an oil wash instead. I'm not
worried about coffee staining. In fact, the more this stains and messes around and mixes up, the more it's going to help the overall finish. But yeah, I am fucking hyped for SMC. I am trying to book some extra jobs for that, or leading up to it. Here we go, guys. This looks really cool with the white shields and white cloaks. And there we go. Batch paint, batch paint, batch paint. That's 8 of 32. So that's 25%. And there we go. My goodness, these look incredible. Don't forget the backs of the heads when you're doing them, though. It's very easy to have that one spot that you just don't quite see. We're also playing dangerously. I'm not sure if you guys noticed. I have an entire open pot of contrast just sitting on the desk. We're dipping right out of the pot. The big open pot of contrast just sitting there. Small parts. What's up? What's up? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna take it one further. I'm even gonna type around this. Sorry, 1 second. We're gonna go slash. There we go. Look at that. Typing with the contrast between my arms. That's what real that's like that's real courage. William Wallace had more men like that, they never would have lost to the English. What it takes. All for the content. All for the content, because one of two things happens. Either it's amusing and we get a fun little gag out of it, or I knock it over, I get clipped, and you know. Whether the pot is upright and full or knocked over on the desk, I'm still winning. There we go. Quick. How's your day been, Smalls? I'm having a pretty excellent Saturday. Hope yours has been good so far. I'm glad to be back in Canada. Glad to be painting. And in a great mood. It was got maybe 6 pounds. Honestly, this is gonna sound even worse when I say it's not even the contrast paint that's it's not even because it's contrast paint that's usually the issue. The issue is usually I didn't fully close the pot and then I just moved it on my desk and then just swept it with my arm at a later point because I knock my pots over constantly, but it's when I forget to close them that it's the issue. Because like this isn't going to be an issue because I'm consciously using it, right? Like I know where the paint pot is, I'm actively avoiding it, and it's part of my process is like being able to have it in that spot. Like it's no different than having an inkwell on your desk at that point. Okay, how far through are we? Oh, I love the restarts. System Error is one of the greatest punk albums of all time. 38 minutes of every single song sounds exactly the same. It just kind of encapsulates that, like, young, angry, and honestly, the album just kind of captures that feeling of young and angry. Alienation, my frustration, fucking with a no-win situation. And here we go. We're almost at the halfway point on contrast painting the armor. So going fast and easy today. Kind of just again focusing in on keeping the paints precise. That looks good. That looks very good. And if you were new here, my name's Studio Boneless. I paint toys for a living. If you have not already hit follow, please consider doing so. I go live normally Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays. Sorry, Thursdays, Fridays, Sundays, and Mondays. Saturday is not a normal day for me. However, I was not able to go live yesterday. So typically, if I can't get live on Friday, I will stream on the... So if I'm not able to do a Friday stream, I'll usually try to get a Saturday in, which was the case this week. Hello, Jinx. How you doing today? Welcome, welcome. Just using a quick all-over black wash to really kind of carve some of the details in without having to do any real thinking work. Because we got to do this step quite a few times. Just chilling. It's giving us nice, rusty, rugged armor, which looks awesome against those white cloaks. And I'll throw you a shout out just 1 second here. Let me just get the paint flowing off the brush here. Let me get this guy done, and then I'll throw a quick shout out. Okay. Oh! So remember when I made that? Oh god. Fuck. Welcome in, Jix. Hope you're having an excellent day so far. Got 15 more guys, 13 more? I don't know. I got a few to do. I have less to do than I've done. Like yesterday when I was talking about how 4 is more than 1 because 1 is less than 4. Yeah, those the pages I've been doing in my sketchbook, they're not great. They're very much just like trying to be exercises in using my pencil. And not thinking about what I'm doing, it's honestly trying to get me to not overthink. So practicing not trying to do like the styles I know how to do, because like I'm not a great illustrator, but I've been often told that I would be a better illustrator if I honestly tried to not do as much correctly. So if I was less focused, like it's funny because I get mixed reviews. Some people say if you don't focus or care about your technique and just focus on putting pen to paper more, you'll get better faster that way. Other people say you need to draw with intent and practice specific things, and that's how you get better at it. And realistically, I've tried both approaches. Or sorry, I've tried the drawing with intent approach for several years, and I got burnt out on drawing. Because I still, was putting in practice, like a significant amount of practice, and not being able to hit that level that I'm hoping to hit and or trying to be at for illustration. Because I don't fully like, I don't know, I still struggle with my perspectives and my foreshortening. So, and we all know that what that's like. Every artist knows what it's like trying to get something to fucking foreshorten right. We've all been there. Here we go. Song about drawing and painting. Genuinely. It's about Aesop having to move away from his visual arts to focus in on becoming a rapper. And there we go. I used to paint. Hard to admit that I used to paint. And like such. I don't even know how many more. I think 7? Shit. Keep it off the shields. Hit the shield, immediately wash your brush off. And get that out of there, because that's a white shield. Like, you don't want black on that. It was you. One more year closer to dying, violent organ dripping, grinding biological discordance, birthday equals self-abhorrence. That's an ancient, growing, mutant, vapid slugs. Six more. Sometimes with batch painting, you're just counting down until you're done. But again, trust me, the unit will look badass and the client will love it. So Shit, keep that off the cloak again. Absolutely have to. Just fuzz it out with a tiny little bit of the ivory. Then we'll get back into that. Go. And this will mute out a bit as it dries too. So it's not going to be as intense. But then we can come through with one final step after this. Well, not one final step. We got a couple final steps to do on these guys. And three more. And like such. Two more. And then we've done 32 Chaos Warriors. I mean, we've worked on these guys a bunch on stream, but I also... One more. One more. And like such. Okay, that is 32 Chaos Warriors washed with that color now. Rinse that brush out. I paint a little shake shake. Celebrate with some bubbly water. And a sip of coffee. And now you guys can see we get that really nice dirty armor, more depth. And then look at it against those nice white cloaks. It gives really nice contrast. So you get these dirty, grimy warriors with really nice white cloaks on and perfect white shields, or like perfect cream colored shields. You'll see as I slide them forward, it makes for really nice contrast. So we said, fuck this place. So we said, fuck this place. So we say, fuck this place. There we go, guys. Gonna give that a moment to dry. We're gonna have a bubble water, which is code for ganja. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with that, especially because like I wasn't stoked on the cloaks before, so coming back in and really kind of smoothing them out really did take them up that next level they needed. And it just gets everything like again, gets them more in line with the leader. So yeah, this is just a badass project, and I think my client is going to be very happy when he sees it. Dibs on second it. Hell yeah. I will grab one more. 1 second. Because Stinger is adamant I have a second. Oh yeah, playing the Irishman. Exactly. You can't. Every time I hear Ireland for some reason, my brain always goes to Archer. It's one of the Axis powers. Ireland was not an Axis power. Uh-oh. The cats are coming back out. You know what that means? They want something. That or the bedroom's too cold. Both are possibilities. Nope, they want things. And okay. And the reason we're organizing right now is because these guys over here, all except one of them, do not need the next step. And if they do, it's going to be in a different spot. Oh, shit. Yeah, they need fresh water. My cats are fancy boys, and they only like drinking ice water. As soon as the ice cubes melt, you have to change their water. they're fancy boys. You trying to get to his pot of gold? They're fancy boys. I don't know about pot of gold, but yes, absolutely. We're either going for his pot of gold or his luck. Fancy boys. Wait till you find out that my one cat gets 3 different types of cat food every day. Yeah, the orange one, not 1, not 2, 3 different kinds of food daily. He needs 2 types of kibble and a wet food. Now we're just very, very lightly going to come through. Hit all the shields. Again. Reinforce them. Do not get this on the white. Go very slow. Go as slow as you have to go to not fuck this up. If you fuck this up, I will disown you. There are times you can make mistakes, and times where you will bring dishonor upon your family. There you guys go, see? Okay, that one is done. If they don't have a skull, or if they don't have any skulls, and they do not have any ropes, then they're done. If they have skulls, they still need 1 step done. And if they have the ropes on the things like holding the skulls to them, you need to hit that with this color. Can't even remember where I left my car keys most of the time. The pot of gold's long fucking gone. Well, I was born in the cemetery, under the sign of the moon, raised from my grave. King Diamond was so fucking good live. I really want to see Merciful Fate, though. Like, I mean, gotta let dog. That's fair. Dogs need Dog's gotta do dog thing. But I'd really like to see Merciful Fate because because of Hank Sherman as well. His I don't know. I think like Andy LaRocque is great. He's a fucking incredible guitar player. But I just something about that, like the classic Hank Sherman just had more of that, like I don't know how to describe it. I know a lot of people. Not everybody is into King Diamond because I know the vocals are a lot. It's a lot. I think it fucking rules, but some people just are not into it. I went from being like really unhappy with how these models looked to really happy with how they're looking today. So I think once we get all this done, I'm definitely going to be able to say that I am content with where they're at. So we are going to get through this step and then we're going to base them. And there we go. It's 4 shields. Hey. So you picked up a guitar, and how the people gave the attention that you crave. Tonight, the stage is yours. Here for a bit longer, waiting. Hell yeah. No worries, Stellits. Also, appreciate you popping back in. Here, I thought you were about to tell me this is you were gonna do war to the sweet sounds of Boneless singing a polka. Have a good night, Jace. Well, the dance will carry on, and you'll rot down in the grave with the souls you couldn't save. Tonight, the stage was yours. But they loved your moans and sighs. But the Reaper loved you more. Polka never dies. I'm gonna be honest, I completely forgot. And I am still super duper tunnel visioned right now. Because I just did a big ganja. Hope you have a good night, though, Jess. This is one of the other details I was talking about, so we're flipping them around for it, see where they got that little ropey boy. Come all you indie hipster darlings and new pop country starlings to the Main Street Legion Hall. Look onto my crystal ball. Emo, screamo, polka never dies. Last call, dance hall, polka never dies. You'll be the first against the wall, and polka never dies. You were the first against the wall, and polka never dies. There we go. Anywhere we got the ropes on the back. This is another incredible local band, local-ish. They're from the mainland, but if anybody, they tour in Europe quite a bit. So if any of you guys ever find out that the Dreadnoughts are coming through your neighborhood, if there is one local band that Boneless says you gotta see if they're coming through your neighborhood, it's the Dreadnoughts. Note it, they're too much fun. I mean, I don't think they're like, I don't know if they're not as wild as they used to get, but like, I mean, the best show they put on was their farewell show about a decade ago when the singer thought they kind of retired the band for a bit because the singer went off to go and get his PhD. And so they decided to do a farewell show where they played their entire discography plus some covers, plus then they just had Chai Pig on stage fucking around for a while as well, just letting him do Ken things. At one point he wanted to I know at one point Chai Pig wanted to sing Wrecking Ball, so I do remember he sang all of Wrecking Ball on stage. I came in like a wrecking ball. But it went on for, I think the show was about, they played for, I think, 3.5 hours plus Guttermouth opened for them. So it was a really good show. They played 3 full albums plus 2 EPs. Plus covers. Like, and I mean, you're a musician, Smalls. Could you imagine playing a 3.5 hour nonstop set? That's that's impressive stuff. Because like they don't lose their energy during it either. They were nonstop running around. I mean, it's classic Vancouver stuff. So you know, people are hucking beer cans at them. They're whipping beer cans back at the audience. They are just one of those bands that like just, I don't know. Hi, that's a shift, right? Oh, did I miss that? Yeah, I did. Check the others, okay. Oh, you're good. You get to go over. But I missed your ropey boy. And if I'm gonna add a bit of color to these skulls, what are we thinking? What are we thinking? Do I want to give them just like a little bit of red, or maybe do we wash a bit of green into them to give them a bit of a rot, or to make it kind of look like there's been some like flesh rot? Do we do putrefaction or? Because you know what? These guys don't look. I don't think these guys look like they would properly clean their skulls off. So they'd probably be a bit more green than red. They were probably just severed heads at one point. And there we go. That is 8 of the shields. And the cats are fucking with the blinds. That's fine. They can fuck whatever they want. As long as they're fucking with stuff quietly. Heck yes. These are really, really rad looking. I'm quite happy with them. And I am excited to send a picture of this to the client. I think he's going to be really happy as well. And then we get to go through and do the sillies, or with the neck. We'll have to do the basing step, which will probably not going to be the fastest either. That's okay. It's not about being the fastest. It's about being the handsomest. And I nailed that. And it's a long time coming. Wait, there's 32 of those? Yeah, I've been painting 32 of these dudes at once. Why do you think I'm sorry, Stolitzer, that's why I'm tunnel visioning so hard on everything right now, if you didn't know. Yeah, I'm painting 32 Chaos Warriors at a time. So each time I'm doing a step, I'm repeating the step 32 times. Is that making a bit more sense now? Why I'm like so focused? Fucking fudge. And there we go. That's a lot of. Yeah, that is why that's why I tend to tunnel in when I'm working a bit. But it's also like I can hold conversations and I can talk while I'm doing it, but I can't really break focus at the same time either. So it's interesting to explain. And okay, 5 more shields. Wait, did I forget any? Yeah. No. Okay, good. I keep missing the guys. I gotta check for the ropes. And there we go. Get these shields and the playlist today has been weird. I'm not sure how I've been feeling about it. It's been having good moments, but it's also had some other moments. It's okay. That's a nice, again, sickly pink. Excuse me. Hey, shit. I call it like a seed. I don't know what the fuck happened there. Shit. Okay. I gotta do a quick emergency wet blend. Emergency wet blend. Pray for Mojo. Emergency wet blend. Unity, unity, unity. I've heard it all before. Oh, okay. Emergency wet blend. Oh, shit. Missed a spot. And for those of you that don't know, yes, I dry my paintbrush on my pants. Don't judge me. Better than licking the brush. That's my stance, is at least I'm not licking my brush. But if you ever meet me and you see that like I'm in my black jeans, you'll notice like that like the thighs are just like covered in tiny little brush strokes. all of my pants have the problem of like being covered in paint.
Yeah.
Paint. Look, I own a washing machine. That washes out, Smalls. Like we do laundry. I mean, not me. I throw my stuff in a pile and then magically a week later it shows up folded, but you know. The laundry gets done. Some kind of magic laundry fairy deals with it. I think laundry is actually the only task or like one of the tasks I don't know why I fucking hate doing laundry. Maybe it was growing up a punk rocker, but um, you know, but I think that's one job that my wife usually does consistently. Like and
We are.
one more shield. And if he asks why I went with the pink, I'm just gonna tell him it's like because it was a really sickly looking color and it gave off like the white shields with the pink symbols just gave off very like plagued and infected wound feel. Those are my 16 shield bearers. We're gonna do the magentas on the dual wielders, which is gonna go by much faster because it's just literally the ones with it's just a banner and some skull ropes. Yes. Trying to keep my models organized as I move because it helps so much with batch painting. I know people often are like, it might look silly watching me shuffle models around and like make sure I have them blocked up and everything set up in specific ways, but it's how it helps me maintain my speeds. Like it's how I can produce work partially as quickly as I can. Is I very much rely on that mise en place. Everything in its home. Why did I just close that? I'm still using it. Fuck. I just finished talking about how I still need it, and then I'm just like... That's how winners win, boys. And we will keep. And sorry, I'm just tunneling in right now because I'm trying to get very crispy straight lines that I do not want to fuck up. Follow me to hell. Follow me to hell. Hey. Let's fucking go. And follow me to hell. Follow me to hell. And there we go. Now we're just doing quick cloak checks to make sure they got the skulls. So if they got scullies, come in and get the ropes that are attaching the skulls. Just grab that. Don't make mistakes. So if you see like you get a little bit where you don't want it, just go in and clean it up. We put a lot of time and effort into these models at this point, so really Ooh. Nice cuts into a little bit of black, like black thrash. This was also a great show. These guys were rad. This is a goat whore. Back in the day of, you know, shock value band names. There we go. Okay. Okay, next step is going to be I'm sorry. I think I'm gonna try taking a really what if I just add fuck it, why not? Boneless, let's get creative here. Let's take this random ass green wash you've got from Games Workshop. Let's see what happens if I just go and just fill it with a bunch of flowy. See if that's the right consistency. Okay, let's try this. Just along the bottoms of the skulls. Get the eye sockets. There we go. That is absolutely the color for this. For some sleeves. Thank you, Mr. Smalls, for popping in. It's always a pleasure having you here. If anybody in here is not following Mr. Small Parts Sharp Points, he is a great person, a great painter, and has a fantastic taste in music. We are gonna get this. We're getting this done. I'm in that tunnel vision stage right now. I don't know if it's good or bad, but I'm like, you guys know when you're like, this project is getting finished today. Or at least this part of it. Like, I'm getting all of the Chaos Warriors done today. All the painting. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I know you guys know. I know everybody in here knows how that one goes. When you're just like, your brain is just like, this is happening. And that's all of these ones. Those skulls look dope. Don't care, don't care. Yeah? Okay, 1 second. Sir Squeaks a lot wants some food. And he gets what he wants. Exactly. I'm at that stage. Hey, get over here. Take your food, you fucker. Eat it. Eat it. That's not the food. Exactly. That's the stage I'm at. Thankfully, I don't really think I can mess it up at this point, other than if I just, like, based on the steps I have left, I don't really think it's possible to like actually ruin the army at this point. Because now it's just coming in and hitting the skulls at the bottom with that bit of green. Give them that more interesting color. Bit of shadow, bit of something to separate them from the cloak. Can't have, these guys are not even supposed to be the star of the show. This is just the baseline infantry. So we also don't want them to outshine everything. So they are at a point where I'm like very happy with them. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. We're done. Okay, they're done. Now it's time to do some basing. Or at least get them ready for the base. We'll see how far through this process I can get. Before we go into that, again, we've got 32 guys. They look fantastic. And so what we need to do now is I need a bunch of green paint I'm going to just take a bunch of my Pro Acryl green. Essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to slather green and lime green all over the bases. And go on inconsistently. And you know what? I might even throw some jade in there too, just because it'll help establish some varying tones. I got kind of 3 greenish colors. Let's grab a bigger brush, not a huge one. Fuck. Where am I painty boy? Oh, there we go. Hell yeah, old Bendy. It's time to use the basing brush. I'm also actually just going to, reorganize really fast. Because, again, I'm only going to do... Just trust me. There's a method to the madness. Grab paint and just paint the base bottom, okay? Keep it off the clothes or boots as best as you can. We're going to do that across all the bases. My eyeball is itchy. Why is that? I wonder who was in my room last night. Who the hell was in my bed? Oh. Didn't like that. Let's move you to a different spot. The reason we're using a really shitty brush right now is because I'm literally scrubbing the paint around. And there we go. Oh, fuck. Always goes right under the wheel, so you can't actually roll it back to figure out where it is. So you gotta just kind of like do the like awkward reach. Okay, that's 4. Okay. I want this one to be a bit bluer, I think. Scrubbing, color paint. The reason we're going kind of right now is because essentially... Oh, fuck. Ah! There we go. Yeah, you're right. I am at that stage where I'm trying to not mess things up, but I need to get through this. And then just using fuck. Boom. Okay, we are going to keep pressing on. We got the greens. Am I focused at right now? So welcome in, people. If anybody isn't new here, my name is Studio Boneless. I paint miniatures. Getting these Chaos Warriors done is kind of a top priority right now because I'm trying to rally through some extra command. I'm taking on a couple extra bookings right now, so I can try and get myself to an extra convention. We did the math on it, and if I can book an additional 3 jobs between now and August, so if I can do 3 armies between that, which is that's a big ask and that's a lot of painting, but I can do it. But that would be enough to get me to LVO. So we are currently trying to do that. However, SMC is going to be fucking awesome. I'll be there handing out stickers. And if you run into me at the convention, you have an opportunity to get some stickers. There we go. That's 12. Which means we are done a few of them. Okay. We are moving quickly. We are moving fast. We're getting our Nurgling bases done. Nope. Down to the river. There we go. We're halfway down this step. And this is the glory of the batch. I should have a snack or something. I'm getting hungry. I haven't had breakfast yet. Should probably eat soon. I'm not going to, but I probably should. And And there we go. Excuse me, sorry. And then the step after this one isn't even, it's pretty much the same step, unfortunately, but slightly different. That will be it for today. As that will be the last step we can do today, because the next step will be applying the still water effect. So I'm going to brush a colored still water over the bases before I apply my crackle paste, and that's going to give me my nice smooth surface for it to crackle against. And then it's also going to give me a really nice finish of having the greens and the color showing up underneath, giving me the crackling, nurgling ground. You won't be laughing when your covered wagons crash. You won't be laughing when the buses drag your brother's flags to rags. You won't be laughing when your front lawn speckled with epitaphs. You won't be laughing. All I ever wanted was to pick apart the day, put the pieces back together my way. All I ever wanted was to pick apart the day, put the pieces back together my way. All I ever wanted was to pick apart the day, put the pieces back together my way. All I ever wanted was to pick apart the day, put the pieces back together my way. Okay, 7 more to do the actual painting on. Okay, adjust. And there we go. 5 to go. And it is 3 o'clock now. Ooh. Three to go. Okay. Excuse me. Why am I saying excuse me? I didn't do anything other than stretch. Clean sheets mean a lot to a guy who sleeps on the floor. Wanted your love. You tuck me in and stop my tossing and turning. Sheets wet dirty. You know you'll never come clean. You know it's true. The sheets are dirty, and so are you. And there we go. That is all 16 of them done. Excellent. Coffee. There we go. Oh, that's what I need. It might. Let's go back there. That almost just sliced my hand. Pay more attention, boneless. Those are drying. Excellent. So, while that's drying, weather mint, hieroglyphics. Shite. Okay, I need to take my glasses off. They're bugging me more than they're helping today. Oh, that's so much easier to see what's going on. I'm not getting glare. It's so much easier to see. I'm like they help with my vision, but like they're reflecting light at the same time because I have my staging lights on and things, right? So what you guys are gonna see here, I take my seeing glasses off to paint on stream. If you guys did not know, if anybody did not know, I actually have to take my glasses off for stream. Not really ideal. Okay, I'm gonna take this is just Stillwater FX, squirt of green fluo. I'm gonna use some fluo paint. And now what we're gonna do is we're taking this on our brush, and one at a time. Toxic Avenger that shit. the same way we already painted the bases. We're now going to repaint them using this Stillwater FX and Fluo Paints mixture, letting them do their thing. There we go. And there we go. So we're just going to do that across 31 more guys. No biggie. And there we go, guys. That's all it is right now. We're just taking this goop across. I'm also going to try and... This is why I do the shuffle before I start, is because it's awkward then when I have to do it on screen. Just get the 16 wet ones out of the way and work on the 16 dry ones first. And then I have room on camera. I can show you guys what I'm actually doing. So you're taking just a mixture of still water and fluo paint. Now, the reason we do the underpainting is because fluo paint does not have great light fasting. Mixing it with still water will improve the light fasting. Hitting it with a resin or a varnish will improve the light fasting even further. However, it's still not the most light fasted technique. So what we want to make sure that there's still color and paint underneath. So that way, if this fades out, the gloss will still be there and we'll still have enough green underneath for the effect to read. So this is the reason why we pre-paint them. If anybody did not know, you're probably going, Boneless, why are you just repeating a step that you already did, but now using a different color paint? Why didn't you just do that the first time? And it's because I am trying to address the light fasting issue of fluo paint. It's pretty cool though. So you kind of got to know your tools. Gonna grab some more still water, more fluos. Again, I just go squirt, squirt, squirt. Don't even let them mix evenly. You guys can see, or actually you can't see. I'm just kind of coming in. Bloop. You just grab your sludge. Cast them straight off to sea. Sing a prayer for a whale and Johnny. Excuse me. And this is going to make glossy slime. Pascal and Pickle, you handsome devils, how are you both doing? How is the master himself? It's before bed rounds. Nice. I just went to oh, yes. Sorry. It's top of the hour. Bear with me for a moment. I can't even type to him and tell him I'm sorry because I've got models on my keyboard right now. It's okay. But I'm excited to tell Pascal that I took his advice and went in and I need to complete some stuff. Put stuff to bed. Nice. Nice. We if we're back from ads, I took keep taking your advice on models and things, and it keeps paying off. Think Cerberus runs stealing all the 40k. Ooh, welcome in Cerberus. First time chat. We do have a nice little 40k collection, although most of my 40k stuff these days is in Necromunda. I tend to be more, like, I've been buying more into skirmish games. These warriors seem near done, yeah. Yes, so I got essentially, you know that, I'm not sure if you know, Pascal, last time you were here, we were joking around. I was being like, yeah, these guys look pretty good for the time. And you made a joke, and they were like, yeah, they look great. I mean, I wouldn't use them because I have standards, but they look great. And I know you were joking, but then I had that moment where I was like, He's right. The cloaks don't look that good, though. So I went back in and redid the cloaks, touched up the armor. Yeah, dude, you were like half a bottle of whiskey deep. It's fine. Yeah, no, dude, you were like half a bottle deep. It's fine. I was shit talking you a lot that day. Don't worry about it. And again, I say it because it wasn't said maliciously. It was said as like a joke, and then, but it was just enough for me to be like, you know what, he's right. I can do better. Because you never make those comments, and this is the only thing I'll say. You never make those comments when I've actually tried my best on something. When I very clearly phoned it in, you only do it when I very clearly phoned it in on something, and I have noticed that. Exactly. There's nothing wrong with telling me to do better when I'm capable of doing better. So yeah, again, part of what we're doing right now is trying to... The reason we went through and he did all the underpainting is because we've now got a still water mixed with a fluo paint, and the still water will help with light fasting the fluo a bit, but it's still not going to be a very light fast color. Once we hit it with a varnish afterwards, that should help it out, but then we still need to be prepared for some fading and the fact that it will not maintain full vibrancy. So what you want to do then always, if you're using fluo paint, in my opinion, is to do a quality underpainting. So that way, if the color fades out, you still have your effect. Could not help myself. Apparently still have a bottle of gold stuff. Oh man, it was funny. When I was in Vegas, the last time I was there, I was still drinking. And this time I'm not, right? Or this last time I wasn't. Or the first time I was there, I was. This time I wasn't. And I was playing at one of the slots, and the server came up to me, and she's like, "Can I get you something to drink?" And without even thinking, I was just like, "Yeah, double Hennessy." And, she walks off, and then my face went white, realizing what had just happened. And I cashed out my machine and left and went to a different casino. Because I was like, oh, fuck, I did not mean to do that. Run away. Also, I love betting on horses. Anybody's looking, if again, my wife and I were chatting about it, and if I can do an additional 3, or if I can book 3 more commissions between now and then, I should be able to swing LVO as well. Not that I need that much for it, but just that, like, I don't really want to then be like taking all my profits and immediately being like, I'm going to another convention. There is a small level of like maybe be somewhat responsible boneless, but yeah. Most likely. Also, now that my keyboard does not have models on it, if anybody in here does not know who Pascal Ruse is, you're missing out. He is a legendary painter. He'll be teaching a course at SMC, and it's sold out, so sucks to suck if you didn't get tickets. I did, though, so, like, I'll tell you guys all about it and how amazing it was. Oh, shit, I dropped my paintbrush. Yeah. Make sure anybody in here is not following Pascal. He is an incredible painter and an incredible art teacher. Are you? I don't know if you have any slots open currently. I know Pascal does private lessons. I do not know what his books are like, so he fills up. He fills up, so if you're wanting to get ready for a con or just looking to get some feedback, he is very good at what he does. Fucking busy with work. It's why I said he sometimes does private lessons, but he might not have slots available. So keep your eyes open for when his books. Keep your ears and eyes open for when his books do open up again. Because right now, again, you're gonna have to get him at a convention or something. I did notice you have an upcoming class though. I think I saw you advertising an in-person one. Was, if I'm not mistaken, I saw you have another one coming up in. You can always send me a message. It's interesting because like your methodology is such an advanced level of silhouetting. No classes planned yet. That might have been someone else is teaching a course then. Might have been yeah, no, it was Pedro. Pedro has a sculpting workshop coming up. Also one I'd recommend if anybody's looking to get into sculpting or wants to excel in sculpting, definitely check out the Pedro Fernandez workshop. He is very, very good and a really nice person. If anybody's ever had to like correspond with him through email, he is really, really pleasant. We've chatted. I had to chat when my package got lost at one point because I didn't speak enough, or like my Spanish is so poor that I couldn't even get through like the phone menu to ask for English. So he had to help me track everything, and he went above and beyond. But he was like so nice through the whole thing that he was like, I just remember the last email he sent. He was like, it's like once we tracked everything down, he was like, all right. Well, everything seems good, but I still want you to send me an email once you've gotten everything and just let me know to make sure, because so that way I can actually sleep. I was like, yeah, I can do that for you. And then I made sure to let him know that I was like, dude, not only did they arrive, but these are stunning sculpts. He's got a couple new ones coming out that I really want to do. He's been really into demons and greenskins lately, which I'm like fucking really down with. But I've been noticing he's been doing a lot of demons and a lot of like orcs and goblins and stuff like that. And I was like, hell yeah, let's keep this up. The and he's got the knight with the raven on his shoulder too. That's the one that I really want to get. Yeah, there's a really, really awesome one coming out with it's got a raven with a shoulder, a knight with a raven on its shoulder, and it just looks phenomenal. The best part about this is that because I'm painting on a gloss, I actually can't tell when it dries, other than by touching it or hoping it's dry. Because we are painting on gloss and fluo. And again, when you use these right now, final reminder, as you're seeing, I've established all of my colors underneath with a green already. It's not the most interesting greens or anything, but it's a base, and it will make sense once it's done. And so that way, again, this protects us in the event that we lose. It keeps us protected in the event that we lose any of the color to UV. Again, we will apply another varnish to kind of help protect it, but you can only do so much. You know, fugitive paints are going to fugitive. Ren is the villain, and y'all just as Haas. Have a great night, Pascal. Hope you sleep well, and hope to catch one of your streams again soon. If anybody in here again is not following Pascal, click that name, click the heart button, and go see what actual masterclass painting looks like. This is some intermediate. You get like intermediate, intermediate advanced over here. I teach beginner intermediate painting. But like Pascal can teach at a master's level. So check out his stream. You will learn something. Or he'll make fun of you. One of the two. Have a great night. And I think we're actually just about to raid out for the night too, because we have gotten through this step. And it's really the last thing I can do, because until that's dried, these guys are not really safe to handle. Okay, there we go. That is, I think, all of that. Yeah. That is 32 Chaos Warriors. Based white cloaks. We just got to wait for that to dry, and I'm not doing that on stream here. It's about 3:30. I've been going for just over 4.5 hours. Let's see who's going or live. See where we can take the class. And I will be back tomorrow for the Sunday stream. Today was just making up for the fact that I was not live yesterday. So we'll still be live tomorrow for the usual Sundays. And who is Painty Paints is with Katie Lou. Who? Ooh. Read Katie Lou. Let us raid Katie Lou Who. That's not one that I've done in a long time. All right, guys. We will be raiding into Katie Lou Who here. I will see you all tomorrow. And away.